So when we sent the get, the email update, right? Then we got expecting an identifier. API user. Yeah, when we removed Wiener from there. And then we could just add someone else, and we got to set their email. Or rather, we deleted them, because we did delete later. First, we could set their email, and then we just deleted the user, which was a task here. Delete Carlos. Poor Carlos. I'll keep saying that, right? Every time we delete him. And this one, we're supposed to buy a jacket, which is not free. It costs lead 1337, I guess. So when we use options on the only API one we found API price. So we tried options to see, we got get and patch. Oh, patch, interesting. So we used it, and we need JSON. So we used content type converter that we learned about earlier, and that is as an extension to Burp to add this segment, really. So it just changes the type, and Burp kind of adds this by itself, right? And this was the only text. And then we had this information. We knew what the JSON kind of was for price, I think. No, it said price parameter missing, so we added price. But I think when we, yeah, so what's not in here, what I maybe I should have added, when we ask for the price, we get the price. I should have that here. I do think we restarted Burp though, but let's see if this is working still, or if it's died. Sometimes the VM dies. It's just slow. It's like waking up. Yeah, so it's definitely awake because we have movement here. This is on the Proxmox server in the other room. Yeah, it's just slow, so it works. So we can type stuff. Yeah, slow but working. And now I have flowers all over. Yes, we use this like link finder, which couldn't find the link, and it's sort of finding APIs in JavaScript files. So we gave it the path to the JavaScript, and like 5 lines or something before the product line, we have an API, which it didn't find. It was called API something, but it was put together by a string like with pluses in Python, so in JavaScript, of course. Oh, so this is why I didn't get anything up. There's several burps. So we had 2 intruder attacks, that's why. So I didn't want to wait, so I just did reset token to see if that one was in there. Right, now I remember more about the one we're doing. For me, I couldn't do this one myself without the hints. And I didn't think it was very logical, all the steps. But maybe I was just tired. We want to not keep it, that's why we're closing it. But I guess it's nice that it asks, right? But if you press the X, you kind of want to close stuff. So, but you might close this instead of this. That I could have done there. Here we found email and username as only 200s among the list we tested. Right, and we got this list because it was assuming Burp Pro, And then we got the list from their GitHub. Not this. Here. Server-side variable names is what they wanted us to load, which we can't do in Burp community. You have to have the pro version. So we just got their list. But they don't have the reset token in here then. See how long it is. So we just copied this and pasted it. And found user and email. Username and email. I'm sure email. Here's the background knowledge. And I'm not going to reread everything. I'm just going to check if I remember the server-side parameter pollution. Some system contain internal APIs. Right, so we access another API through one API. So we access an internal API, internal system here, by a through a website. And we want to change stuff in how we send things, like add special characters. That's what they're doing here. So they are coding this as 23% 23 and add some text. So if this is just removed, it won't be a correct username. So we will get an error if that happens. So this is what will be sent on the back end. So this is the name equals all of this. And then we have the same thing with and to be able to add stuff. Injecting invalid parameters and then valid. So here we're just adding a random thing to see if we get some errors. And in this case, we actually got errors, which that's what I didn't get, right? So it said field not something. And they was, oh, field is a field. I'm like, okay, how did you get that from that message? Oh, you built it. I'm like, testing field as a field. It's not totally logical to me. That's where I kind of lost a bit of the logic. But maybe that's something we should know and should add to the notes. That field equals could be a thing. And if I'm talking and you don't understand, tell me so I can explain, right? Always. Always, always. Here we have the link finder that we had in the command prompt. Let's go up to the actual. Right, these are just test headers. Let's do this instead because it looks like arrow down and I'm confused. So if we need more of these, but I don't think we do. Unless I should delete them instead. So this is what I have written as so far. We might add stuff now. Add as a request is sent to a web server using an internal API. We might be able to change the API call web server that uses an internal API. That's better because that was not clear. A request is maybe we send a request. I didn't like this one, but I was like good enough, you know, for now. We send a request when we send a request to a web browser that uses an internal API. We might be able to change the API call by messing with how the parameters are written. We can encode characters like number and an equals. This is the base case that we're going to change stuff to. So truncating a query, if we have several parameters, stuff after what we can change, we can use the, well, I say number character, but in this case, it's actually part of a page character, I guess, right? So the rest of it is something else. We're telling the browser it's something else. Plus a string. We add the string to give an error if it's just cleaning out encoded characters, right? And then we have that the request we sent in our browser, and this is sent on to the internal API. Should I do internal instead of int? It's not a lot of letters. It's 4 places, so I think it's worth it for better clear than have a 4-letter shorter text. And then we try to add with and instead, add a new parameter. So we send %26 and just general name, anything equals anything, and see if we get an error. Will we get an error? Yeah, I wasn't good with this because I was like, maybe they say something more about this. Will we get an error? Let's just test more, right? So this won't really say anything except that if it will say, I don't know parameter foo, we know that this worked, right? And we can try other stuff. If it doesn't say anything and just use the name, then we don't really know what happened. If it thinks Peter Foo is the name, I don't know what it'll do then. If it has name equals Peter, Foo equals XYZ. Maybe we'll test that sometime. Send to internal API. Get, and then we have the and character instead. So we added, it had name and it had public profile, but we didn't have this one. And here with this character added here, the public profile true becomes, I guess it depends on how the internal system interprets this, of course. But anyway, injecting valid parameters that can be found, for example, with paraminer, which we did not have any success with at all. But we tried Orphos with intruder relative. The thing is just that if you fuss and don't see the full requests, the response rather, you might get, just make sure to see the response. Yeah. It's like a header, but it's not anyway, so I'll just leave And then we have, so here we have an actual working one. And we can set to something. Overriding existing parameters. So here we do the same name again. We use our and characters. We have name equals Peter, name equals Carlos, right? So I was kind of thinking when I got to the task that this is what we were supposed to do. And I was very happy to see that it was more complicated. Because the one before, the example 3 here, it took like 2 seconds, that one. And that's not fun because it was, yeah, you know, too easy. Wasn't anything to do. And one thing to learn a lot from, right? So even if I did learn stuff from reading it before, you could just easily guess what their solution was. So I'm actually going to drink half one of these today, I think. As I just got inside from, I actually walked from the station. It's at least more than a kilometer. I don't know if it's 2, if it's 3, 2.5 maybe. In the sunlight, so I'm a bit getting tired. I feel like. Yeah, and also these double parameters here, they were interpreted differently. So PHP takes the last one. Is this correct? Did I write it wrong? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Parse is a last parameter only. I'm thinking that's when we have a level to change stuff. Let's remove that because I kind of didn't think. So the thing is, should we add some notes here? It's just a lab here. Then you have rest. Now let's do the lab again. Oh, I need to log in. But I don't need to log in for this. Okay. And I see the waving hand all the time, Panda. You're still waving to me. It's on my screen over there. All the time. Waving.
Dick.
Translated from Dutch.
Waving. Sorry. Hope I stop this. So usually I start streaming. I aim at 13, right? After making lunch for the kids, time is the plan. Work in the morning, make kids food, and then stream. That's the plan. But no, I didn't do any of that. I just had meetings. So uh, I'm just making sure everything is on still. So the TTS works. I heard it.
Setting up an Intel Ultra 9 285K, 24 cores, 64 GB RAM, RTX 5080.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Who's gonna use that? You? Give me that. I can take that one if you don't need it, you know. Just send it over here. It's totally okay. You don't have to have it over there.
Going to one of my civil engineer firms.
Hmm. Yeah. Too bad. Yeah, I still have my 1080, but I haven't had any problems with LLMs or anything. It's good so far. And I don't play a lot of games, but those I haven't had any problems with either, the ones I tested, so. Sorry. Like, wake up. It's just going
This
inside
thing was
from being out.
$3,700.
Oh, that's quite a lot. But I think that when I bought a quite tiny laptop, it was not much more, less than that in like 2000 maybe at work. So yeah, I mean this is actually worth more to me. I mean a tiny laptop. Why should it be so expensive? It wasn't that good. That one. Tiny take long go, I guess.
Right.
So um so I logged in. Wouldn't it send me to the page I actually clicked? No, we want to middle click that. So, and it's solved, but we want to do it again. If nothing else, to practice, because this was new to me, you know. At least it feels like I will learn from doing it again. And I didn't make notes, so several reasons. So let's copy this one here, and this VM has been running, so it's still on since that time. And let's close that. The intruder. Continue attack in the background. Is it still going? From 2 days ago? That would have been a bit funny, but it wasn't that long, the list, you know. This was the list. We checked, it was like 400. Now it's 2,500. Yeah, but even free burp isn't that slow. So it probably shut down, and when it doesn't get any response, it didn't continue in the list or something. So let's actually move the notes to the screen. And here we just need one page and the new URL. So it's very easy to just let's continue. But I felt that this one I kind of need to do more. Yeah, so let's actually clear out burp's history. It's been running this whole time. Probably the browser doing lots of stuff in the background. No, it's not a crazy long history. It can be like this. Doesn't matter. I've even got some lines deleted already. My nails itches. So Still allergy times. So let's hop around a bit in this one. We have home. We have my account. We can test to log in with the account that we got before. Okay, let's click here. Let's see if we can use a card like we did with the previous ones. I'm like redoing what I tested last time, right? And we can't do it now. We can't fit stuff in the basket. We can't check out. The only thing on the whole page we can do is to try to log in. But look, there's a forgot password here, right? Right. So, what should we try there? Invalid username. Okay. Let's try admin. Invalid username. Admin is Raider. Oh, so at normaluser.net is supposed to look at their mail. Okay. So there seems to be the administrator user exists. So we're not supposed to like SQLi or anything. That's annoying. But I think it actually might send something when you do that. So let's see what we got. We can see
Looking
the
for
new
a
one
few.
here.
Need to go grab some lunch.
Oh, lunchtime. Have a great lunch, Panda. Get something good. It's like to work. So let's see here. This is the first request. I'm like, how long did I scroll on the time at all? So what can we see here? We have resources, just the header for the lab. We click the My Account. We ended up there at location login. And this lab header keeps popping up. Here's the post login. When I try to log in with the old username. Username Wiener password Peter. And that's just the title of the page. So just a sec, my phone said it can't charge. It'll stop working after saying it. So now it's plugged, unplugged back in. We explored this a bit last time. You know, product ID. Could we add stuff here? Could we add I don't remember. I don't think that was the place to do it though. My account login. So here I just went to the page. I clicked then the forgot password. And we have a form there, right? Please enter your username. Input on the button. Just that. Why did I click render? It's so slow. I don't want to wait. So it's just a form there. Form. And then we got JavaScript here. So this one, let's actually send this one to Repeater just to get it up a little bigger. I just want to see it clearer, the code, than this tiny one. And that's just the header again. Then we got forgot password. We sent one username, Wiener doesn't exist. We got admin doesn't exist. And then we tried administrator, and we got the correct reply here. So this is the forgot password one. So let's actually send this one to repeater. And even though this is a post, and it's not like the examples we had where we had more like, oh my god, where is the ID? Here, product ID. It's not like we see it in here. Yeah, I should probably have something in there in my notes, right? Because this observe these examples show get examples, but this is as applicable to forms. Okay, so we have a little. Maybe I should parentheses it. Maybe I should put it in red instead. So saying observe and saying hiding it in the parentheses, that's like quite opposite. So which one? That's the one I have selected, and then we just clicked we're back to the login page, and I tried the admin, but I couldn't get it to actually send without entering a password. Yeah, that's why we don't have anything more. We just have the empty page. No parameters. This could of course mean that we also have, we're thinking not just the ones where we can see here, right? So when looking at requests in the burp history, so most people don't do this maybe, but this is the way I like to do it. In burp HTTP history, just don't just look at the obvious ones. This is an error I made. The obvious ones with URLs like product product ID equals 1. Obvious get ones, but also at. So if we look here, how do we easiest explain this? So posts. A post is just a post, right? So if we look at the post, we can't see any of the params here, but we have a check on params, right? So, but it's also a post. So why would it be a post if it didn't have params? But also post ones with params feels it as they will probably usually have params check. But let's just do this as the full name. Now these examples show get examples, but this is applicable to forms 2. Forms 2. No, that's bad. I kind of meant post. Right, to post. When looking, why is it so in text? When looking at requests in verb HTTP history, for example, don't just look. Went to look at that. Just don't look at the obvious get ones with URLs like, but also post ones, as they usually have params there, right? And this one has a 3 line in between, so let's keep that there too. Or should I do this instead? No, I think it's too squished. It's better, nicer with some space. These go a bit big here though, with this long text. Ah, yeah, that's okay. So that is my lesson. That's why I didn't find it. So what do we know so far? We know that we have a username administrator. But is there any other way to find this out than testing? Right. We didn't look at the code yet. So now I'm kind of thinking, this is today, this is today, this is last time. Oh, and here's the solution, right? So if we scroll this, we get the actual solution. That's what I did last time. And this is a very tricky one. Let's see if we can get there. But this is at least confirmation that it's forgotten password that we're supposed to be in. And we need to just send this to look at the code. Let's say it's, yeah, it didn't time out yet because they die quite quickly. And here also we have the one to modify. But this one was just to get a prettier view of this. When I think about it, I think I might have it up in my... Might have closed it though. I think I opened a new one. We can read it here. So let's check out the JavaScript code for forgot password. And we might know better what to send here. So contents document ready state loading. Forgot code ready, PD ready. URL and code form data. Validate inputs and create MSG. So I'm not going to read it all out, right? Method post headers. invalid username. Has own, if it doesn't have a resolve property, invalid username. And else, forgot password error. That's a funny thing to use for. Forgot password error. So we should have something where it selects automatically. And other errors. And then unexpected errors. And right, forgot password ready. So I could just do that instead. And we get everything selected. So this is what's run here. And the rest is functions. Callback. Add event listener. Loaded callback. Should make some web pages. It was so long since I used JavaScript. Like 2000 ish. It's not like it hasn't evolved quite a lot. URL encode, form data, function encode, URL. So let's follow the logic instead, right? So window location search, URL params, query string, reset token, URL params get reset token. So already here we know that there should be a param existing that is called reset token, right? And here is like another confirmation of that. So if reset token window, location href, else, const, forgot password written. Add event listener, click display message. Display message. Validate inputs and create message. Validate inputs and create message. Try. Forgot password error. And this one I want to put here so we can see where else it is, right? So we have it in several places. This is the one that the data is gotten from. So it tries document get element by ID. Forgot password error. Okay. My brain can do that itself. So is that So it's just getting the actual thing in the code on the page so it can set the text of the error message here. And here it sets the value of it to other things and nothing. It sets to nothing here. And if it's a valid username, it sets there. And if it's not, it sets the email JSON response result there. Okay. And I'm sorry if it slowed us because I really want to know what happens, because just not thinking doesn't help that, right? So document get a, now it's a form, forgotten password form, and why make names for them? I don't know. I don't know why. So we have the input username here. Username item 0 is set to username input too. And then if we have a username input and username input dot check validity, which is what? Is this something built in? Username input report validity return. And then we have form data, new form data for this one. So it connects to the place in there. I'm waiting for it to read it. So I guess that's what it does here. It's just not the same name. But this should be part of the form. So that's what we get, right? So let's hop back to the browser and click the forgot password. And I think we only have the username. And what it returns, right? This is only the username. So name username here. Username get element by ID is now called username input. And then later these are set. Forgot password form class name. Style display known. So it just hides it. It just hides it when we get a valid account. Okay. So let's select this one instead. We'll search for it. So first we get the value that we entered in there. And if it's some kind of check validity, I don't know, but it's return. It's returning if it has a valid. Report validity. Let's just check here. Class login form. Script forgot password JS. That's what we're looking at. I don't know exactly. Oh, now I see. So what it is doing, it's there's an exclamation mark here that I didn't see because I didn't think it was logical. Now it's logical. If it's not a valid username, then we return, right? So we just do something if it's a valid username. That's logical. Now I get it. So, and this is not used anymore. So this check validity doesn't have any response or anything, but we have the username variable, but it's not sent anywhere, is it? Is this username done used anymore? I guess it should have the E there for. So form data, forgot password form. So that must be the name of the form. And we have connected it to the physical thing here. So we're filling it in here with text. And this, I've already done this, I know. Here. I'm just checking what this was. So form data will use the data we had in there and put it in form data. And this is used for sending it, I'm assuming. Yeah, we're sending it. So now this is when we're posting this. So it is getting config, and it's just saying content type. That is form data. And then sending that data, URL encode form data. Yeah, that's, I never seen this, but it's very logical and nice. I like it. Fetch window location path name config, then response JSON, then JSON response. If JSON response has some property result. So this is where we get the response to know if this username that we sent through sending the full form. That's why we didn't send username, though that was the only data in the form. So why send it all when you can just send one thing, right? I guess it's not human programmed, maybe. So if the response we get, just one step back here. So form data is filled in with the forgotten password form. We config here is set as a post and the type. The body is the data. And then we send it here to window location path name. So we send it to itself with this information, I'm assuming. And that's when we have gotten the response. It must be that what means then, dot then. And then we get the response into our response JSON into our response variable. And JSON response is no, that might not be a variable at all. Just let's see. Then it does this at least. If not has a result property, then it's an invalid username. Otherwise, it had a result property. And then we check, just output this. And the backend would have sent the password over here when it received this. So what we send in the form is that data. And this is what the sending of that looks like, the post that it makes. it posts to itself its own name, which is what we found up here. Fetch window location path name. It's the same page. So we post to the same page. And then it's set content type to this. And obviously it adds a lot of other stuff. And then it sends config here to this place. But config, yeah, there's config. So I'm just looking, yeah, here. That's where the form data is. So body form data, yeah. And that is why we have this. So let's actually send something odd that needs to be URL encoded just to test that we're right. This is a test. And let's submit that. Invalid username, of course, but what can we see in our burp history here in the post? So now it has URL encoded this. It has %22 and %23 instead for what I sent here. And the exclamation mark it could do, so it didn't encode that. It just encodes what it needs to. Nice, nice. It's always nice to understand it totally what happens. There's one thing that's not all clear for me yet. So let's go back here. So fetch. How does this work? And exactly how the then works. Otherwise, I think I have everything. I still don't know why we would guess administrator. So where is lab? I'm gonna look at the start of the solution, but I think it's said administrator there, and I don't know if there was a reason for them to doing that. Yeah, it just said for the administrator user. There's no logic reason to do that, except for testing. And I want to find a way to do stuff without just testing randomly, right? If possible. And we have found the parameter here to be, my god, that's annoying. Let's actually exit this to keep popping up. So now we only have two things to tab between. So I spent over an hour already. Some of it was with my kid, right? So when we're done with this, I'm going to go check with him if there's anything he needs. So he definitely got annoyed with me not saying that after I asked him if he needed anything. He said no. After a few minutes, he went and wanted my focus totally, which is very okay, but maybe not exactly when I asked him 2 seconds ago. Yeah, so we started here at forgot PVD ready. So I'm going to send this into ChatGPT, and I'm going to ask 2 things. That was such a copy paste fail. Control A, Control C. There. Questions. 1. What is the functionality of equals arrow in JS? 2. How does the fetch dot then work with 1? There. That's my 2 questions. Arrow function, shorthand for writing functions. Oh, so it's just a shorthand function. Okay. That is run at once, I'm assuming. So this is a... Nah, it's not clear for me still. Let's see. Equivalent to function x. Yeah, x equals. So the problem is that I don't think response is mentioned again. So it is not only JSON response. So response.json, when it is run here, I'm assuming, and generating a
Fixerbot
JSON
says.
response.
New follower Zodiac Key LL3.
Welcome
Less than
in.
3.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm assuming it must be like this. And then we look at this again. Didn't have their own this, which is useful in many callback functions. Fetch then is promise chaining. Fetch sends a request and returns a promise that resolves to a response object. The first then processes raw response, usually converting it to JSON, and that's what I thought, that it generates a JSON, right? Then the second then uses the parse JSON to update the UI, like showing the message. Then each then waits for the previous promise to resolve before running. Yeah, so it doesn't run this one before the JSON has been generated. Yeah. Now I want to lab with it too. But I don't think that's what we will do now. We will hack this thing, right? And what we know from this is by random tests, we have admin. We have forgot password reset token. So we don't have a clear next step anyway. But we know that we can mess with this. And that's kind of the thing here, to mess with stuff. So I happen to have a solution from 2 days ago where I did this here. So I think that, yeah, this is what we need to send. And when I was labbing with it, the reason I checked that information first time was, oh, administrator is an actual user. I'll continue there. And then I think the next thing is we got this invalid field, and I didn't know what to do with this. Because invalid field for me doesn't mean that there's a field called field, right? A field not specified. Parameter is not supported. We tested a lot with like just putting passwords here. Very nice password even. So that's the start one. This is what I sent. This is the first test I sent. We have parameter not supported. And when I change the name of username, we got username, missing parameter username. So we know username, we already knew, but it's required. And when we add random stuff, we get that. When we just do username administrator, we get the response that a reset password has been sent to this email. And when we make another username, we get invalid username. So also we can see here that the result, that the if in the code is checking for result here has own property result. And when we look here, we can see that result only exists in the success. The fail has an error instead, and the code doesn't have results. So that's why they're checking on that. And the next thing I got as an error here, let's see, parameter not supported. Then I got field not supported. Let's see, what did I do? This is testing %26 password. And then I tried QWERTY equals. So we needed an actual equals for it to say. And field not specified. And then we got invalid field. Field. Yeah, that's when I added field only there. And when I add instead field equals email, field equals password fails, field equals email works because email is a field. Email equals 1 to 3. It says parameter not supported because email is not a parameter, but it kinda is, because to get this value, we did intruder here with this here. I'm not redoing this, as it's already done. And the only ones that got result, we deleted it at the start of stream here, so it's in there if you want to check back. It said username and email, I think, and we happen to know about another one, right? That we have in the code, which is called reset token. And then randomly, quite randomly, field equals email works. Reset token. And when we send field equals reset token, which for me is not mega logical, right? Then we suddenly got this. So this is not supposed to be sent back. This is the reset token that they're mailing someone. But we got it. So this is the problem of this. This is like the bug. So what can we learn about how to do this from this and make notes? And is this still answering? So let's just send this request again. See, I think it probably timed out. So, yeah, so username administrator, that's what we have. And we also have the code saying reset token is another one. So let's try this reset token that we found, right? Why can't I select stuff now? This VM is so slow sometimes. So it's not like it's mega busy. Yeah, it just needed, I think it goes into some kind of sleep mode. Maybe not on the server side, but on this client thing. Because you can't see any bumps over there. Yeah, I was going to copy just reset token, right? So let's copy this and change this one to include this. And let's check for the characters in here. Yeah, it's just and in the shape of URL
Teddy
encoding.
Ozote says I'm back.
Hi, welcome in. So we're revisiting the one from last time. And we're going to add here actually %26. Though we can just do and we can Control U it. It becomes %26. And then we paste the one that we know should work and say it equals 1, 2, 3, just to have something there. And let's try sending this. See what it says. Yeah, I was just testing if it at all responded, and it seemed like it did, right? Stream failed or closed incorrectly. So let's resend this one again. So it might have slowed down, not working anymore. So these keep sending ping pongs. 57. So it's kind of stopped ping ponging. Maybe it just isn't time yet. So it is 58 now. Should have more ping pongs here. I think it stopped. I don't think we'll get any responses. We'll have to start a new one, which is a bit annoying, but this shop, if we try and go to the site now, it's dead, right? So we have to start new. Oopsie. Click all 3 mouse buttons at the same time.
C0 Ski says, do you use a VM or VPS for hacking studies?
So this is a Proxmox VM, the Kali one we use now, but I also had a local VMware one. But it's much nicer when I stream not to have both OBS running and all of the other thingies for streaming here, like TTS for YouTube, and here I have the TTS for Twitch, StreamerBot, and everything on the same computer. So I can have lots of tabs open in my Firefox again without stream crashing. So we have a new one to check out. And now we have read all the code. It will be the same for the new site. Yeah. So if you're interested in looking at the code for this and how I found out what we know now, you can just check on back in the stream, because we did this before. So the forgot password one, that's the one that's interesting. And administrator is the one actual username. So we already know, we've done the research for the rest of this. So we already have stuff here. So let's grab this newest request from HTTP history So I got password. So we're just going to send this one to repeater. The only reason we're doing this again is because it died on us, right? So it's not up forever if we don't send things. So we can see that we got a nice reply. So let's go to the one we're trying to send this, but it timed out. So copy. I'm gonna paste this to the end here instead and send. And now it's at parameter not supported.
Got it a bit, lol. Still improving my English, not great yet, since I'm a native Portuguese speaker.
Okay, so if you want to, I can slow down. Okay, no problem. We get the same message. Invalid username because we now have %2 in there. And then we have the right one. So let's say %26 again. And test equals 1, 2, 3. And send this. It says parameter not supported. So I have done this once before. I don't remember exactly how I got there, so I'm just going to go back in the history. We did this 2 days ago. So I had a lot of parameter not supported here too. But how did I get the field? Invalid field. Oh, I put a 23 at the end. Right. So this is from the notes. We have this in our notes that if we want it not to, we want to cut it off, not to do the end of the query that will come after here, right? We want to cut the last bit off. We put the code for the number character, which is 23, in what we send. So we're going through the web server to an internal API server here. This is what we want to have find the data. In this case, about the reset password number, right? So we want to reset the administrator's password. And what I need here is a %23. So we still have parameter not supported. So what if we try the one that we know is in there? And I don't remember the name. So let's copy this whole thing again. Because I'm not lazy, I'm efficient, right? It's not lazy, it's efficient. So let's paste that there. So username equal administrator is what we had. Then we have the AND character here in URL encoding. Then we have the variable we found from our code. No, that's on this page. So reset token is an existing one here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, why did I have that? Because I wanted to see what happened. So we still get error. Field not specified. Some queries now. Yes, so if we only do to research, we put the number character after cutting off the rest, then we get field not specified. And then we can do an AND character. We URL encode it, which is 26, what we had there. And then, which I don't think is logical, they actually did field there, right? And then we went fussing with intruder and actually found a few, but the one that we already have works here. So if we do user, field equals user, yeah, it says username. We get the username. And if we do email, we get the email. So if we do reset token, we get the reset token. And it's in the other direction, I think. Yeah, so here we got reset token equals result. And this one, this is actual first the type that was lost. It doesn't matter, it's just JSON. So now we actually have a value for the reset token. So what we do then is we just the field bit, that's what I don't think is logical, but maybe that's something we can just test, right? So reset token equals this reset token, and we send that. No, let's see, did I spell it right? Was it dash? I should see it right here. Reset token. Reset token. And there, and there, and I don't know if I URL encoded this one. No, I didn't. So it did look different, right? So to make sure I don't have to do anything different, I'm going to copy the whole thing from there and just redo, right? So last step we did this. And let's just paste this other one after and confirm. It says, oopsie, username. It's exactly the same, right? We also got one there. So again, sending it, and it looks like we got the same data. And looking at this one and looking at this exact format. This is annoying. Ah, am I going in the first one now? Yeah. This is where we got the token. Field equals reset token. And then we get the token. And here I must have sent it. Oh, I sent it with a get. That's why. Not with a post. So let's explore this. So let's say we don't have a username in this case. Because there's different ifs, right? We don't have to hide it with the URL encoded one there. And we don't have to block the end because now we have a legitimate one. Let's see if we can post it too. If we need a get. Missing parameter username. So username needs to be there. So undo username removal. Yeah, let's just redo. And I'm going to right click, change request method, and this bit. We didn't remove that one. So let's put it back to a post and delete this bit too. I'm curious, where are the limits? Missing parameter. Yeah, so let's go forget then. And now we have the exact query format, I think. I forgot we have this there, right? I didn't remove that. So let's undo quite a bit. I think that's all. We have this CSR, we have username, we have reset token, and this time we're going to remove username equals only. So we have the reset token, and I need that one removed too, because it's not part of the token. I just missed it when I copied the string. So let's try now. It says missing parameter username, then we add back username. Username equals administrator, and I'm sending this, and then we get the right one, but it's not reading the last one. So if we do control U on this one and send it, and this says parameter not supported. So we need to get send it then. So let's convert it to
676 godzillion, 450 brojillion,
Hi, welcome back, Panda. How was the lunch? How was lunch? Hope you had something nuts. There. Invalid token. So maybe it expired or something. But that is a correct answer, right, to the question we sent.
Lunch was good. Went to the grocery store to pick up some lunch meat and smash some sandwiches.
Smash some sandwiches. Sounds like you take a lot of bread and just and put meat on there and eat it. Or smash them into your mouth, maybe.
I show that bread who's boss.
Okay, sure. Let's go back to the request where we actually got the correct token. So we're sending field equals reset token here, and we're grabbing a new one of these. So now you can see it's a new one, right? So we got a new one now. I don't know if it expired, if something we sent reset it, but we convert this to a get, and we change all of this. Actually remove everything until reset token, and then we remove the %23 because we want the normal question now, and then we paste the new token and we send this, and we have a form to fill out a new password. So we just send this to the browser, to responsive browser here, copy the URL, and I should go to the right machine, and we just paste this here, and securely generate password. It knows what we're doing. We're generating a password, but we don't need a secure. We do password, and we submit this. And if you look now at my account, and we do administrator password, if I can spell password, We're logged in as administrator. We have an admin panel, and here we can delete Carlos. So I don't want to do that before I actually remember all the steps, because I want to make this, put this in the notes now. So here we have it. Let's make some steps for what did we do to get this. So looking at the web page, we really just have, this is more complex, so I'm typing more, okay? We just have the login page with a reset password. When we try resetting the password for the user administrator, compared, we get info that email was sent. This does nothing for other users. Names. So we have the request there. Let's hop over to Burp. And I've made tables before for, I can show that again. We just right click and we insert a table. And then we can just paste information. And I think this is the easiest way to show the progress of sending stuff. So I think this was here. We also in Burp HTTP history, we also see we see the post, but also a JS file. Let's grab the name of that. I kind of want to paste the full file name, full file here, because it was very interesting reading and I learned stuff. But I think it's a bit big in this kind of long information learning document. So where on earth are we there? We're on web exploration. Should I make a folder for it? That's the question. We can make API testing files. I'm not happy about this, but I kind of want this. I'm just copying the text. So we already read this earlier in stream, so if you're interested, you can go and check it out. And We did a ChatGPT on it. About the only things I didn't know exactly. These were functions, shorthand for what my functions are. And then the fetch then, which did exactly what I thought. Now let's skip that. We don't need to add that to the notes. So let's hop back to the previous one, and let's just say in this file, we have this line. This is mostly the important bit of it. Well, that failed. So we need a full one, because the character I was using is in here. So so to look at the code here again. Yeah, so if it's reset token, I'm thinking, should I get more of it? The code. So I don't know why they don't do this dot. I mean, making variables and then using them in the next line. So instead of query string, they could have put window location search. I think that's more logical and easy to read. And then have had just, even though this is new, URL search params. Maybe you can't do it when it's a new on the same line, but I kind of think you might. But we use this more than once, do we? Yeah, so it needs to be set. But this into here. So it doesn't matter at all. Sorry for even saying it. It's just confusing. So we're done with this tab, so I'm going to remove it. Will I regret this? Is there anything else here that I got useful, except for reading how the whole thing works, you know? Let's just close it. Then we started using one, and then we had to continue using another one. So this is the first one with this data. So I'm just putting it like this. And then on the other side, we just put the JSON we got. Let's make a new line there so it's more readable. And so I kind of broke all of the results we had there by trying to resend. So let's get to the start of this one. So this one could be useful. We don't need the post every time, do we? And then we have here post to, well, let's put a colon. We can't put it on the same line there. This is a special thing with Obsidian tables that is just text really. So it's all just text. So it doesn't understand if I delete this line and we go back to line preview. Oh gosh. So it doesn't know it's a table. But if you add the new line, it knows it's a table again. So it's just text. That's why it's also, I can't do anything about the first line being bold, and I can't change where the position is there. But we'll see if it fixes its format itself. So this is like the same again. Yeah, so I'm waiting until I find the one I think was useful. And I know it's administrator. Yeah, and here we're already testing this. We're on the last one now, yeah. I'm trying to send this. That's not what I want. Let's see where we can find the field. Error message. Invalid field. There it is. No, I want the basic one. Field not specified. That's probably it. This is the one I want. Because it does a 23 there, which means it interrupts. That's a number character. So it just interrupts the rest of it. So we can add a new table line. And then we get that. Field not specified. This is so annoying. I think I will do this. And this line is not the same on the top one because it was, yeah, let's make it easier to read. Right, and then we do plus. So the step here, field, is that's the only hint we have that there might be a field called field. Invalid field user. Yeah, right. So I'll do all of the tests I did. And these I didn't do before, so they were new. And response with a username. And let's copy the next one. There. And it responds with email. There. And then the actual data we want. I do all these steps, so it's more obvious that we could add text too, of course. That the token, right? Now I know that this token expired before we used it, so let's wait for the actual working token here. So there. Now let's make these also 2 lines. So as we did with the first one. We got it to send us the reset token. I could not use this with a post, but had to send a GET request, as in the JS code. And let's just send the whole one here. That's really the only thing. I'll make a table again to keep the format the same. Looking in the menu for table for ages. No, this is actually not useful. Let's just paste it here and make it like that. So it's this request gives us a form to fill in a new password. So we send it to the browser. So I'm kind of thinking, how much extra info should I have here? Like, should I have the right click? Show response in browser. We show response in browser. That should be show response in the browser. So I just did like that instead. So it's obviously something special, right? And this we still have in our little browse history, right? No, we don't. Yeah, there. I'll just do a quick screenshot of this. And then we go forward to the login. So then we log in as admin is trader with a new password, and let's make this tiny so we can make a tiny screenshot. Doesn't have to be giant, right? I just want the menu in the same, these things at the same place. So I haven't had this many details on the other ones. So this update email form we've used before in the previous ones. Actually, should I skip the image? Go to admin panel and delete the user Carlos. Poor Carlos. Again, you know, uppercase C at least. So I've already done this one. We can delete him anyway. So yeah, Burp didn't want to play. So I should have gone forward instead, but we already did it. So just click the delete Carlos. We would have seen if I went forward only. But I wasn't going to take a screenshot, so I think that if I go open this again, it will be expired too, right? So just to make sure. We could just log in again, but I don't think the page might be up. It's tabbing in my machine now and I'm trying here. So I don't think this site is up anymore. It's just died. So that's why we can't do it without having to restart the whole lab. It's dead, the site now. Doesn't work anymore. So we would have to restart the lab, but it's already solved. So it was just deleting Carlos left. Then we have the news section. So I've spent 2.5 hours reading, but it was worth it because this was new things for me, and I want to make sure I remember them for the next time. I didn't add a lot to the notes, but what I added was a nice insight for me. Let's go up here. This bit. Observe. These examples show get requests, but it is applicable to post. When looking at requests in Burp HP history, don't just look for obvious get ones, like, but also post ones. Maybe we should have this. No, let's have this example. Only the post ones, as they usually have parents. And this is a header there, so. But I can't imagine a post without any parents. But maybe there is. Yeah, there's only those two. But why? So we had some screenshots here before about the paraminer, what you can do. But otherwise, I don't think I have any screenshots in this so far. So we have a little bit left of the API testing, so I'm going to continue reading. Also, you can't see all of the text. Maybe I should do that. So, after the lab here, testing for server-side parameter pollution in REST paths. A RESTful API might place parameter names and values in the URL path rather than the query string. For example, consider the following path: API users 1 to 3. The URL path might be... I hear a kid screaming. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear. It's like, maybe it's I don't want to go home from whatever. I don't know. Sounds like that kind of age. I think you can hear it. So, no more to do with that. I didn't see them at all, so. We have a tiny little front side, and there's bushes. So if they're not just in the hole of the bushes, I can see. So, hi, welcome,
Rainane
welcome back.
says, "Hi." Translated from Tagalog. Nice subject.
Yeah. So we just did a lab here with the base one, and now we're doing the rest instead. And it actually ended up being post. But I've been repeating it today. I did it 2 days ago. So now we're getting to the new stuff. Um, so the path like API users 1, 2, 3. The URL path might be broken down as follows: API, the root API endpoint, users represents the resource. In this case, users. 1 to 3 represents a parameter. Here an identifier for a specific user. Consider an application that enables you to edit user profiles based on their username. Requests are sent to the following endpoint: edit profile PHP name equals Peter. This result is the following server-side request: get API private users Peter. An attacker may be able to manipulate server-side URL path parameters to exploit the API. To test for this vulnerability, add path traversal sequences to modify parameters and observe the application, how the application responds. Interesting. You could submit URL encoded Peter slash dot slash admin as a value to the name parameter. Okay. So there, name equals, and we just path traversal the thing. This may result in the following server-side request. If the server-side client or backend API normalizes path, it may be resolved to API private users admin. And then we have a new one. So let's first make some notes. This is not a lot, so be quick to make notes on it. Maybe I should just maybe examples still up. So I guess this is just a subsection really, and this is a 3-level header. And for these I've used 5, so now we can use 4 here. I think that's better than making a full new header. And would have gotten even more ones there. Server-side parameter pollution in REST paths. And we have the example structure here. So let's grab those and just delete that bit. And how many examples did we have? Just like 2, right? Might copy this bit. As parameters in REST APIs are different. We'll have to use other ways to modify them. So this is an example path. Hmm. Uh, so they called it internal before. That's what I have here. Internal. Oh, look! I found one that was just int. I changed them all to internal, I thought. But obviously I missed one. I was like, it's not that many letters, right? Let's just skip that. Yeah, but it's example. Where? No, just a sentence. Where API is a root API endpoint. Users represent the resource, and the rest is blah blah. And 1, 2, 3 represent the parameter. There. Shorter. Example. Where? So. And I already have the text for this. Our request, server side. Which means the internal API. Now let's add the rest here now. I think it was only one, but let's change both in case we think of an example. Others may be able to manipulate them. We might manipulate these with path traversal. We might manipulate these with traversal, like right, and then we have the example, and it's just one. And I'm very curious if this is a too simple example or if it's a good learning one, because I hope for a good one. And we need to make example 5 here. Just after deleting for Carlos again. So I should have clicked it. 5. Example 5. And also, did the 4 one have a name? Yeah. So now we're but it might exploiting server-side parameter pollution. Yeah, I should use those. So I should get those names, what they call the other labs too. So I think this is the last one. There might be another one. No. Yeah. So let's just do it. More information. That's good. So now it says expert on this one. Poor Carlos. So someone lab log in as administrator and delete Carlos. Poor Carlos. Required knowledge. To solve this lab, you'll need to know how to identify whether user input is included in a server-side URL path or query string. How to use path traversal sequences to attempt to change the server-side request. How to discover API documentation. So we're getting some hints here. So we had before in this documentation. It's probably early, like gather information. So they wanted us to check for information by taking bits off. Where is that? Here's reading the JS that we did from the last one, by the way. Yeah, fussing stuff. Check for documentation. Read it. Request docs from the API. Run there for server side. And manually check. Yeah, I was in the right place there. Yeah, here it is. Where to find the embodied investigated base. So cut bits off. Maybe I should change the sentence because it wasn't obvious. But here's the long one, and then we just cut one bit off at a time to see what we get. If we get some more information. That was a suggestion there too. But these were specific ones that are common. And that was not what I meant. I think a Windows button tabbed instead of Alt tab. So let's test this lab. So now we have new things here. It was a bit funny. Look at the products of the shop.
Sab says, which application do you use for Find Your Text? I mean, what is this application?
The notes. Do you mean the notes? This thing? This is Obsidian. I have my notes here in Obsidian. They're also available on fixit42.com/notes. But it's not updated with the API testing stuff. So I'll have to do that later. So let's look at the web page first. We have this little
Sab
shop
says,
here
yeah.
again. Yeah, so Obsidian is great. Actually, I could send a link. So it is, you can run it locally for free. They have like sync option and things, and I just git sync it instead. So not a long link to send them, but it's free. It's free for businesses now too. So you just download it for whatever OS. I even tried it on Android, but as I use git sync,
Sab says,
it would
thanks.
be a bit complicated. And then I have my notes then on. So I just use a plugin, and I can have it available wherever I am. To all the notes what I have. But I need to update it. And this search is nice too. I can search for let's say Pepin's, right? And we have, this is better than inside Obsidian because its search is a bit messier. You don't see this nice tree structure, so it's actually better to search here. Let's continue with the lab. Actually, I want to show you one thing more on Obsidian because I have notes in Obsidian on Obsidian. So let's go to those quickly and show you a little bit what it can do because I have a little Obsidian here. So you can do all of these formats, headers, you do like that. You can just, and it's all text. It's all text. You just put a little arrow character there, or greater line. This is just text like this. With JS, you can get syntax highlighting. You can embed even iframes. So there's my web page. You can embed even iframes. And we happen to have in this one my stream.
Sab says,
So
why
we
is
have to
pink heart
pause
shaped?
it. And there's tooltips. You can even do these kind of things. Lots of things. And it's all just text and links. And it was a bit funny that the stream started in Obsidian because it was an iframe there. That didn't happen before. Autoplay the stream. So, let's hop back. Now we hop to the lab. So we don't can't buy stuff, there's no basket, we only have the home. We have my account. We can try logging in with the account we had before. Invalid username, so the administrator.
Sab says, can you share your note with me?
Yeah, I'll send that link too for the notes. So maybe I should have that in the stream information. There, I'll send it on Twitch too. So that is my notes. They're not totally updated though. I think the latest thing I was adding the install Kali on AWS and hack the box stuff. That's probably the newest. So I have to update it again. It just takes like an hour and I can't use the notes to export. So that's why it's not updated every day. I should do it like when I go to bed or something. But I have to copy the files later too into the server. So administrator password, just to test something, see if it's different, if it's possibly right. So the reason we know that from the last one that the account was administrator is actually that it mentioned it. We were to log in as administrator. That's in the lab instruction, right? This is a lab instruction. So we have the username from the lab, or two actually, right? We have two usernames from the lab. So let's actually hop down to this, and the task is, and this was the same
Sab says,
task for
thanks.
the last
Praying
one.
gesture emoji.
Yeah, no problem at all. So this 3, where's 4 here? Login as the administrator, is this the same? Yeah. Login as administrator and delete card. So we already had administrator, we didn't have it actually test and try for accounts. We know that there's such account. So here when we don't save this password, it says that's a problem. So we go here, we test with, yeah, let's do their old account. And this doesn't exist. So we go again, my account, forgot password, and now we do administrator. If I spelled it right, and we submit this, and now we get please check your email. So we know that this one is a valid account. So it's very similar there to the other one, and there doesn't seem to be anything else on this page. It's just these products, and there's no shop. We can't do anything here. So it's time to go check burp out. We go to the proxy, HTTP history, and we scroll down to the new stuff. So here we can see our forgot password, and we got the provided username Wiener does not exist, and we see the backslash with the characters here to be able to send this text. And the request. And then we have the correct one, which is really much more boring, right? So maybe we want to even save this error message because it's quite nice, right? It gives us some information about about what's on the other side. So let's make notes. Is there anything before this that's interesting about this 003 whatever one? Lab header is just a lab header that keeps going ping pong here. Logo Academy. Here we have when we looked at the product. There was nothing interesting there, right? Here we have the login attempt. And the lab header. I should like hide all Academy lab headers because they're just the same all the time. This is the second time this stream I had to remove this because it can't charge and put it back. I should have a button on there if it's... I think the battery is dying totally. I use it because it doesn't have a battery that works well, but now it's like can't even charge. So I forgot password before first time we went there. We got this JS file. So let's actually do this. We want to grab this code, right? We want to check it and see what's on the other side, or rather what's on this side. What's in the browser that we can't see. And I made a folder for them. I scrolled so much in my notes now, I'm like totally lost. So we can go reveal file in navigation there. So here it is. And I created here a API testing files, and this one we should rename. It's a new note, and this one is example, my god, 5. And forgot password.js. And this is not a JS file now, but this is Obsidian. So we could save a normal file, but we wouldn't be able to read it in Obsidian. We would have to open code too. It's not like it's not already running. But anyway. Yeah, also when I went away, I should have started news in this one. So this reads news. We could stop it and make it read today's news, or the last 2 days. So we'll check this out. I'll just rename this one example 4. So there. And then we have A should be at the top. My god, I scrolled at the same time as I clicked. So the side, yeah, example 5. So let's check the code first. We have functions. This one, turning off power save mode, the phone system. Forgot PVD ready. And I learned just now that this is like inline functions is the best words I can find for it. So it makes a function and it runs the clones. That's how I read it. why do it like this? But I don't know. The query string is window location search. URL params is the query string, and reset token from the window location search URL params, well, is the reset token. So if this exists, then window location href, it goes instead to password reset token reset token. So it looks very similar to the other one. So if we go
VR
open this one
Mechatronic
too.
says, hey, how is going?
Hi, it's going good. So last one we had forgot password question mark reset token, and now we have forgot password question mark password reset token, and this bit is the same. So maybe there's something else we can see in this that's actually different. And if it's not, if it doesn't have a reset token when we go to the page, which that's the first time, it just shows this. It adds a event listen display message. So when we click the button that's entered the administrator, then it should run display message, which is e.prevent default, validate input and create message. So that should be here. It goes like upside down. So this one equals a function, I guess, which is this. It's such an odd way to declare a function. Also, we have the let forgot pvd ready equals callback. Yeah, add event lister DOM content loaded. Yeah, so that was in the last one too. Let's go back to this one. So forgot password error. Get element by ID. So it gets this from. Should we open it up? We have had it open in here, right? So many tabs. We can do view source here. Just to look for this. We actually do something more than last time. That's not found in here. Did I not read correctly? Did I go to the wrong page? Yes, I did, because I'm not on the right page. That's why it doesn't exist. So we have to do it on this machine, alright? I'll have to go to the same place in that one. Okay. Didn't actually go there here either. Well, I did, but then I went away from it. So if we view source here, we find, and we can see here that here's the ID before the form. So if we get an error message, it will show in before the form, and we have already seen this, right? That if we entered QWERTY something and submit, we get an error message, but it also doesn't show the form, which is the next thing it will do in the code. So this what it does here, it's just getting the reference for setting this value, and it uses it later in several places. Forgot password error is where it says invalid username here, and please check your email here. So it actually doesn't only use it for errors, it's also where it outputs the information when we get it. When we do administrator, right? Should also work with Carlos. Now I have to try this with Carlos. So forget password. Carlos, what will this say? Yeah. So this user also exists, and we can also get his reset his password and log in with him. Yeah, so these are just setting up shortcuts for these, really. So the form itself has a shortcut too, and we know why, because we'll be sending it to the server. Username is the username, if we have username in there. Yeah, that's the username. If this has a value, and if it's okay, if it's not an okay value, then we just return and don't do anything more of the code. So this is like an else after here. If the user name looked okay. I don't know exactly what check validity does. If anyone does, please tell me. But I'm guessing it's a built-in thing. Or we just check it now. So as I already had ChatGPT up with a question for this, let's reopen that tab. We do have the ones we did now first, right? That's the last one. Oh, I shouldn't have done this way. Whatever. I should have just gone to shut. Yeah, let's open the last one. Come on, we can do it. Yeah. Tell me about the functions. Check and report. About editing, please. Built-in, yeah. So for form elements in HTML5, this returns true if it's possible validation. Required pattern. Report validity does the same check and also displays the browser's default validation error message if it's valid. So you don't have to check the input yourself. Let's see if we can break it. I just have to, we can't not try and break or make bad inputs. So I don't know what could possibly be wrong. I couldn't enter a backslash in there. Yeah, I can't manage. So it doesn't allow me to enter it there, but we probably could get it if we sent like a backslash or something in burp, right? I don't care that much. So, but it was built in. That's what I wanted to check. Right, we were in Obsidian. So, built-in. Form data, new form data from the password forgot form, which is in the code, the form where we enter the name. And I'm like, what line was I? Here. Here's the new. So it's just filling that information into a new form data. And it makes a config which includes method post, headers, form URL encode, and its body contains URL encoded the form data, meaning this is just a name. I don't know why it complicates stuff so much, but maybe it's like standard. Then we do the fetch, which sends the current page we're on and this information, right? And it's a post. So that's the one we're looking at in Burp. So if we go back here, we didn't actually open it, did we? It will have fallen asleep already, right? Died. Ah, whatever. So forgot password. Let's grab the. This is a bad one. Send to repeater and forget password, the good one. Send to repeater. Let's see if we can resend these and actually get responses. Yeah, because then it's live. Yeah, it's still up. Still up. We'll have to do something sometimes so it doesn't die. So here we can see that here we get the error message. And here we get the correct one. The thing now is that instead of using what we did before, we're going to have to try and change the path. Before we changed, we added URL encoded ands and number characters to add extra parameters and comment stuff. And now we're going to try path traversal as its rest. That's a difference. Oh, that's old. What's going here? Okay, so was there anything else we wanted to check of these? We already looked at the JavaScript, which it gets every time. A lot of times. And we got an internal server error. Ha ha ha. Isn't that interesting though? When I sent the username that was only bad characters, we got an internal server error there. We had a slash in there, right? Let's send this one too. So if we URL decode what I did here, convert URL decode. I should Control Shift U. I know. This is what I sent. And it's probably the slashes then that kind of broke it, right? Maybe spaces too. Let's see if we can make this one work. Username. Let's remove some character here. Just remove the slashes first. Oh, I didn't encode it again. So if we send that, we still get internal server error. So what if we remove the 23s? No change. All the pluses. Still internal server error. So what have we got left? No, Control Shift U doesn't work. So it might be a keyboard issue. Control Shift U should work. So percents maybe. I'm just curious. I have to test. Annoying though that I can go one way but not the other. That's the last character. No, it also encoded this. So now Yeah, I mean that. So actually, even this character is not okay. A with a little roof thing. I don't know what I clicked to get this, but obviously this gives us its internal server error. Interesting. So let's just. I'm sorry for. I just think this is interesting. So if I go to the very start here, and if I only remove this character, I think it's there 3 times. We still have the others, yeah. So let's remove like. Oh right, I didn't encode it, right? Yeah, still it's just lower. Yeah, I don't have to do all of this. I'm just curious what other character was bad. I'm kind of thinking spaces too. And these, so many characters you can't do. Just anything, but you can do those in pause, right? Okay, so administrator there. Then we will have a working one. So what if we do administrator slash? We still have the same thing. So slash administrator slash. We have the same thing. Please refer to API documentation. So, dot slash invalid root. It keeps saying this, right? What if we do like API there? We would already be there. So where could we find the documentation? And what information did we have more? Did we have anything else in here? Yeah, right. We have that this is sent with a GET request. Which is, but this is also on request. Yeah, but this, it's with the equals, right? So I'm assuming that this will then be like username. Oops. Administrator. So if you do Carlos here instead, this way. Carlos. We get Carlos information. So this works. But then we have to go like back twice to get to the before the username. So let's just, they look like columns. My eyes might not be working very well. Invalid root, please refer to documentation. Let's see, how could we possibly get documentation on this? We had this thing, but I don't remember if it was for anything. Let's check it, because it was in this path. No, it's not path. Whatever what they call it on Web Security Academy, the one we do. Repeater. I can't even click there when this open. Oh, there was already a slash there. Load. So let's check what it's supposed to be able to do this one. And then we look here, right? And we looked at, no, installed is here, but there's not information about them. So open API parser. It said that we could do. So what about REST? We know this is REST, right? It might not have JSON or YAML. I just want to have something to test this on because we installed it and then we didn't get to test it, right? So what if we want to check a REST API? CSRF. Whatever. Let's just check. So we're in there. Let's check those notes that I had from the start. It wasn't one of these REST-y stuffy thingy. Just API we tried. They said it was bad. We tried the path thing. I tried this once and it was not really useful as far as I could tell on what we were doing at least. I'm sure it's very good because it has like the best rating on everything. It's at the top. And we're sorting on best. Best free because there's also pro stuff. So let's actually Google instead. I don't wanna look at the notes if I don't have to, like the answer or anything. So REST API documentation get Swagger open I and I want to see the rest of the text there, please. No? Any suggestions? So I don't know where we'll usually find the documentation. This is a better for ChatGPT. Where can I usually find the REST? Hey, REST APIs docs, and it's googling docs. Provide a developer portal or GitHub repo. Look for developers, API docs, link in the product footer. The search, open Swagger, postman public API network for resources, API specs, open bundle. Yeah, maybe a Swagger or docs endpoint. Yeah, let's see. So let's go back to repeater and let's try here if we can do docs. And I hope that we didn't have so much delay that we have to. Yeah. And let me try Swagger. No. Though. I get this. Maybe there's a V1 there too. Right, we can change to get and try to change the method. We can try that too. Oh, we can just send this. Easier to render these if it's not mega slow. I don't know. The last one we waited forever. Yeah. So if we go back now to Carlos here, I'm cutting that and we're sending that. And we will. What? Yeah, so it can only take posts with this. And because if we return it back and send this, we get the response we want. So since this is not actually us, we're just sending it to the server in the page. The page does this, you know? And then the code continues. And the code that continues, I'm just gonna switch ears because we're getting no battery. Sorry for the noise. Should have muted. So let's close 4. You confirm data. Right. That function is actually in here too. So here is where it's sent. And if it has result, and if it has not got a result, it's a valid username. Otherwise, please check your mail, meaning they sent it and it was generated. Many types of form. And if there's errors, it defaults to invalid username, which is what it did when I sent the odd one. I couldn't get the form to give me the not validate error, but we got this error because we got a server error, internal server error on that one. So that's where would I ended up here. I'm thinking maybe not, because it wouldn't have had a result either. Yeah, it's probably here. This is more if the Java errors out, JavaScript. I don't think. I don't think I can get anything more from this. Window location in href. So I think I need to go and quickly grab something to eat. Just quick bit. And then I'm thinking we might look at a little bit what they say the next line. Maybe I'll do that first. So that's the Solve lab. This is the lab we're doing. So what I don't know is what to do next, really. So we managed to get Carlos information here. But how would I... Yeah, of course, we could do like some intruder thingy. Checking for stuff. Maybe we could do that, and at the same time we could listen to some news while it's going. So at least I know that if we go back from Carlos 2 levels, did I keep it here? Yeah. And we send this. Oh gosh, what happened? What did I click? Let's just send this again and see if it was modified in some bad way. Yeah, Swagger does not exist. And then we remove this and we get the correct one. So if we go back to Swagger, we send this one to Intruder. We go to Intruder, we select Swagger, and we add. And let's use the same list we used before. So, burp, where are you? There. So let's copy that. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. And let's just paste it there. So we have all the different ones here. And if we go back 2 steps from Carlos, so this is stupid. Going administrator back. We could just start back once, instead of doing all of this. Now let's do a quick test in repeater. So what if I start with ... slash users and remove this last bit? Will it still find Carlos now? Yes. So it is users before. So if we go back just once at the start when we do this, we don't need really all this text here. We just go back, and then we check for other stuff than user, and user should be in the list. Hopefully we have users here, and we would get a positive on that. And let's just add users. Add. So we know that we'll have one positive there because we know users exist. And then we just start this and see what happens. While I won't take a lot of time.
Execution via PHP object deserialization. Roundcube webmail before January 5th, 10 and 1.6.x before January 6th, 11 allows remote code execution by authenticated users because the _ from parameter in a URL is not validated in program /action /settings /upload.php, leading to PHP object deserialization, reads the description of the flaw in the NIST's National Vulnerability Database, NVD. The shortcoming, which affects all versions of the software before and including January 6th, 10, has been addressed in January 6th, 11 and January 5th, 10 LTS. Kirill Fursov, founder and CEO of Tezos, has been credited with discovering and reporting the flaw. The Dubai-based cybersecurity company noted in a brief advisory that it intends to make public additional technical details in a proof of concept, POC, soon so as to give users sufficient time to apply the necessary patches. Video. Previously disclosed security vulnerabilities in Roundcube have been a lucrative target for nation-state threat actors like APT28 and Winter Vyvern. Last year, Positive Technologies revealed that unidentified hackers attempted to exploit a Roundcube flaw, KVET 2024-37383, as part of a phishing attack designed to steal user credentials. Then a couple of weeks ago, ESET noted that APT28 had leveraged cross-site scripting, XSS, vulnerabilities in various webmail servers such as Roundcube, Horde, MDaemon, and Zimbra to harvest confidential data from specific email accounts belonging to governmental entities and defense companies in Eastern Europe. Update. Positive Technologies, in a post published on X,
so this
said it was
kind
able
of
to reproduce
means
KVET 2025-49113, urging users to update to the latest version of Roundcube as soon as possible. This vulnerability allows authenticated users to execute arbitrary commands via PHP object deserialization. The Russian cybersecurity company
so we need something
found this
that
article
actually
interesting? Follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn to read more exclusive content we post. Title: Scattered Spider, Understanding Help Desk Scams and How to Defend Your Organization. Published, June 3, 2025.
Right, it's the 5th today. I kind of thought it was the 6th for a bit. And I was like, why is it reading the 4? So it's a week until my youngest 15th birthday today. Just a little bit.
This article discusses the tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, used by a threat actor known as Scattered Spider, which has been using various methods to evade established security controls. The article focuses on one of these methods, help desk scams. Here are some key points from the article. 1. Help desk scams. Scattered Spider uses help desk scams to bypass multi-factor authentication, MFA, and gain access to targeted accounts. 2. Identity-based TTPs. The threat actor relies heavily on identity-based TTPs, which involve exploiting vulnerabilities in identities rather than relying solely on endpoint or network security controls. 3. Bypassing MFA. Scattered Spider uses various methods to bypass MFA, including SIM swapping, MFA fatigue, push bombing, and credential phishing via email and SMS. 4. Conscious evasion of established controls. The threat actor's approach is intentionally designed to evade established security controls, making it challenging for organizations to detect and respond to these attacks. 5. Account takeover. Once Scattered Spider gains access to a targeted account, they use various techniques to harvest and exfiltrate data from cloud and SaaS services, as well as target VMware environments for ransomware deployment. To defend against Scattered Spider's TTPs, the article recommends 1. Consider your broader identity attack surface. Organizations should evaluate their overall identity attack surface, including apps and accounts with MFA gaps, local accounts giving attackers a backdoor into accounts otherwise accessed with SSO. 2. Monitor for suspicious activity. Implement monitoring tools that can detect suspicious activity, such as AI-powered phishing detection and response capabilities. 3. Implement comprehensive security controls. Use comprehensive security controls, including identity-based solutions, to protect against various types of attacks. The article concludes by highlighting the importance of considering the broader threat landscape when defending against Scattered Spider's TTPs, rather than relying solely on help desk scams.
So, it's paused. Oh, I can't see. I paused the reading here. So we could do this meanwhile, though. Add this function that I just So the very start. Let's go pull up again. So when I started reading, it skipped a lot of articles there. All the time from Crab's security was older. And I just don't want it to go 30 like this in the line. They're usually the newest first, all of these. So I'm thinking if we do 3 that are old, we can just skip to the next feed. They have a lot of news. I'll have to do more sorting too. So let's learn something by checking the solution to this. So we don't want more than one line. In the Burps browser, trigger password reset for the administrator with it. In proxy HTTP, notice the forgot password request and the related JavaScript, and we read all the JavaScript. Send to repeater. In the repeater tab, we send the request to confirm that the response is consistent. Send the variety of requests, modified username value, and we also saw that the Carlos user that we're supposed to delete. That's a goal. Delete Carlos. So we can also go to his there. Username parameter. Determine whether the input is placed in the URL path of the server-side request without escaping. Submit URL encoded administrator. Okay. Invalid route suggests that the server may have placed the input in the path. So we already know that we can go back directories that we know. And that the fragment has truncated some trailing data. So invalid route, that's what we get all the time with our test. Change the value of the username parameter. Oh, yeah, so they put this there and got the valid route. Doesn't have to mean that thing, but let's do that. So first sending a normal invalid route, and if we we get the same value. This suggests that the server may have, or that it actually reads it as a character. Observe that the message also refers to an API definition. Yes. Change the value of the username parameter to URL encoding. Question mark. Let's try that. Let's try both URL encoded and not, just to test. Same result for both. So they're just telling us that these things still apply. You can still test these, right? Notice that it also returns a valid root error message, suggests that the input may be placed in the URL path as the question mark character indicates the start of the query string and therefore truncates the URL path. Okay, so if it was more so there might be more after the okay. Change the value of the username from administrator 3f to / administrator. Yeah, we already know this works. Suggests that the request may have access to the same URL path as already developer indicates that the input may be placed in the URL path. Change to, yeah, we have tested this. So if we have /users/administrator, we get back to the same place and we get the right result. Navigate to the API definition. This is what I was Googling and asking ChatGPT for suggestions. Change the value of username to 23. Invalid root. Incrementally further until you reach. Okay, let's try and go deeper. So maybe I tried to stop too early, trying to go back. I should have went further back. Okay, let's go further back. And they really want us to have the %23 there to end this, right? So this is invalid root. This is invalid root. So try a lot. Oh, and there we got something different. So let's continue. We're not gonna read when we have something to look at. I'm thinking, should I make notes? Because I'll have to look it up again and go through it in slow. So similar to the last one, we go to reset password for administrator. And similarly to the last one. Go to burp, and send it again. To confirm, yeah, whatever. We don't need this. It's not necessary. We're going to do hover right over to grabbing these. Yeah, we're already here. So how far back? Yeah, it's the same name. All of these. Insert table, paste. And let's grab this bit. and paste it here. And also so it is all list probably, right? Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna delete this because we have it a million times. And that works. Yeah. I just tested if I need a shift enter, and I did, otherwise it hopped here.
Shihab
So
says, is you on Linux?
that screen is Windows and that one is Linux. So that's a virtual machine. So now we're on Linux on Kali here. So I used to have a local VM, but this one is on Proximix now. Yeah. So let's see. Did we have any more stuff here? Yeah, we have us testing. Yeah, I played around with those characters first. Because we got the internal server error when I put funny characters in there. On the web page. On the web page, not in Burp. Then we tested administrator and we added little bots, an API, and I'm just going through it all so we can close some of these tabs. This did not work, so it's not useful. I tried sending a get and we don't get the responses we want, so it's useless. And let's do something else, or like QWERTY. And I'm doing just adding a little line there, and then we copy that to the notes too. Oh, and suddenly we got it's pretty. Alright, yeah, so this one needs to be a little updated because we need 2 backslashes here for those to show there. Yeah, let's add a new line. So Carlos, going back to testing, then we have all the errors, so let's close that one. And that was just what it looks like when we test users that doesn't exist. We actually get this. This is their previous test user. So let's try, this is only one here. So close that too, and then we have this interesting thing. So I haven't actually really read it yet. I was just like, ooh, there's stuff there. Title not found, not found. The URL you requested was not found. And why does it suddenly give me that? That's what it looks like in raw. That's why it looks like this. I don't want extra lines. Interesting. So if I do enter now, no, it didn't add a line. Well, plus. So let's undo a little there. Undo. I know what the problem is. So this breaks. This breaks it. As this is HTML tags, it can't handle this. So we have to do that. And then we should be able to plus and plus. So there. So let's go one more level, right? Dot slash. And again. So we keep getting the same message however many we do. Okay, so which one was the first one where we got this? Back. So after this one, if we add dot slash, we get that. So 4 of them. So if we imagine that's something special, we could try docs, swagger, whatever else we tried, right? So docs. Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking we're already out of there, are we? Yeah. No. So this will give us invalid, and dot slash will give us that. So let's go back and get some help more, right? To change the value to increment, notice that this returns, 4, that's what we have. This return not found response. Yeah, it's just in HTML this time. Navigated outside the API route. Okay. So maybe we should put this in the notes. Oh my, I'm tabbing in the machine now. So let's actually undo these 2 last lines, and this message means, but I've never seen it before, so I didn't know. That means we're now outside the the API. So let's think again on what? Oh right, I tabbed, and it tabbed in here. That's why. By the way, this one. Let's see, it's still going with its mega slow speed here. So probably nothing there. We should do it here instead. So if this means outside, then we need to go back inside. And I think this is where I tested. If we go forward again. Now go back. And go back. Yeah, that's where I tested them. No, this is 4. But that's 3. I tested them with 3 steps too. And what if we try API here? So, but it will only answer sometimes, so. But now we have the 23 there. That's new. So let's learn things. At this level, add some common API definition file names to the URL path. For example, submit the following. Oh yeah, we could have tried this because it's in my notes already. So it is up here with here we have this one. We could have tried both here. So let's grab this text here. And let's do, oh gosh, I deleted in the notes. That was how to click here. So that, and then we have the file name. And we got information. So let's, now we can render it because it's this kind of data. So copy. I should have Control C. Let's make a table again. I don't know if we do more a little bit. Maybe. So unexpected response from the server. Open API 3 info. Yeah, we need to. Maybe if I do this though. No, it can't. Oh well. What? Okay. Yeah, so we'll have to undo this. We need the full thing. JSON error. So all the rest is just an error here. The error string. Let's split it up on new ones though. Open API. Info. Title. No, that's a title, is it? Version. Ah, Sorry for boring formatting stuff. I think this is... Oh, okay, okay. Field especially. User API. Username. Oops. So why is that one red? Because it's a special character in JSON. Oh, so let's check out how these work, right? Oh, and also, it doesn't matter that I have double here, because I just pasted it and it's just accepted it. But let's fix it, because it's confusing, right? So that's another failed copy. I can just type open API dot JSON space, because I want you to Google this. What is open API? No. Let's make it more obvious. This is a file. File format. So the purpose is learning here. Keywords must not required, shall not, should not, recommended, not recommended, may, optional. In this document are to be entered, describe. When and with when they appear in capitals, as shown here. Yes, but what if we have normal words? Field. I kind of thought the bird ones there might have a special meaning with field. So I'm thinking we may TTS this. While we continue looking. But let's just scroll a little bit first. So, info title version pos. Title version required. Info object. So here we have like sub parenthesis. Yes, there is one here. So I did not actually indent this correctly. There. So, and I didn't even do that one, but it is actually like that more. And then these are in field. No, we're not. It has double. But schema kinda ends like this. Because it says dot 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 at the end. So we're not getting the full thing, we're just getting a bit in the error message, which seems to be limited in length. Title, example. Maybe we should just delete all the backslash n's and make those nouns instead. So it mostly looks like so I will do this once more. So let's open Notepad because it's good at copying and pasting special characters. Because it's basic, right? So we paste this, and then we make a new line. We copy a new line, and we go into replace and replace backslash n with that. And let's see. It didn't do new lines, did it? It just removed them. Okay, we should have done mousepad instead. So we're going to Linux instead, and we'll use mousepad because I did the other day. So here we can paste the new line that I had from Notepad, but I need to copy this first. So paste, cut the new line, replace is not Control H because it is Control R. So backslash n replace with a little character. Cute, right? Replace all. So this is how it's supposed to look. Ah! So my brain didn't get that until now, but we need to replace this with this too. And there we have it. Was it really 2 of those at the start? No, I didn't manage to delete one of them. So the page, or rather the web server we're talking to, it doesn't understand this response from the API server. It's very odd. OpenAPI 3, user API version 2, pause, API internal v1 users, username field. We got this bit. This is the interesting stuff. So the first thing to try is to see if the server is still on. So will it still respond? Yes, that's nice. So well, there, and so let's assume this is the root where API is, and the username is administrator, and the field that we want let's look at the JavaScript code. So it might be a reset token as last time, but last we had the underscore, I think. That's the param name, so it's probably the same. I don't know. Let's try it. So I really was going to test something else first, but if this works, then yeah, it does not exist. So we're going to remove this bit. Control X. Invalid root, because we have this. And that worked. Good. So what is added to the end here will be information to get to the email. So if we go back 2 steps in our undo here and put email here, this should be what we get. Yes, nice. So let's add this to our example. I'm just adding another table. And this request that's quite long, isn't it? It's just to confirm that we are in IPI internal. Oopsie. Get tags users. Summary. Find user by username. Username path, username true, schema. I wonder if this JSON file. Yeah, we're getting everything through the server. Sounds very interesting. Let's see if we can get the same info this way. And yeah, so only reason that we did see it like this is because I was in raw mode, right? Because I tried before to get the other data to become raw, but it wasn't. So and we're gonna actually add a line above this row, add before, and I'm just gonna copy the first one we made and see if I can actually paste this here. Good. So what's the difference? Oh, the only difference is that the stars expand. Okay, I don't care about that. It's not important, it's just syntax. So we did, meaning what else can we get? What data is there? So let's try with the same format. On the reset token that I had before. Does not exist. Does not exist. And now we know that we're in the right place. We just need to find the name of it. So let's try password reset token. And reset token, I guess. Oh. Just want to click it. We got it. We have the password reset token. This is what we were trying to get. So now we can reset the administrative password. We can log in and we can delete Ford Carlos account again. So I'm kind of thinking a new table so we can add text in between there. In the .js code, we see a reference to yeah, I didn't actually copy it or insert it yet. I was kind of thinking, yeah, I can just grab it from the text, but I didn't have it there yet. Failed copy. So let's make a new line here too, so it fits. And let's delete these lines. Row, delete row, row, row. In the JS code, reference to, and I was going to copy it. Let's actually put the full line. Alright, again, it doesn't work because they use the character here that is used. Reset password token. So we use password reset token. Let's see this here, and then we get the token. So then we just do what? We do this. So let's actually add that one again. And actually undo. We send this link in the browser. Why put it in burp? There's no reason. So we want this one here to be instead of there, because I noticed it actually used those there before. And if we copy the URL and we grab the whole thing, maybe we should do HTTPS. And it failed the S. It failed getting an S there. And I guess we could try clicking this, but I think the lost character is not in there. So let's go back to the browser and let's send this invalid token. Let's see. I think I should remove these then. It was just a test. There. So now we have the reset of the password. So let's update the link. There. And let's do password. password. Submit my account. Administrator. Password. Let's actually save that. If we have more of these, we can. So we get admin panel and delete Carlos, and we solved that. That was fun. So let's go back and repeat and learn. So the thing that I didn't get here at the end was that I could do more back steps. And finally we got another message as we had exited the API of the internal server. And then we got the... Yeah, it's very, very important that we then used the... Where is it? Open API JSON file. That's very important. And we had luck there, right? That this interesting bit was in the top part of the file, or we wouldn't have seen it anyway. Because it's just unexpected response from API server. And this is a string that starts here, that ends here at the very end here. This is just a string. So it's an example of the bad stuff it got. It's the same kind of message, like this. So here the API server's error is simply HTML had title not found. URL you requested was not found, because there's nothing there, right? And that means we're outside the API root. So here, example 5 is great. It's a great example of this, but it's not too much. But I think it's better. Example 5 is a great example. That's why I wanted to avoid it. So, 22. I'm gonna go check my kids. We're going to do another one, I'm thinking. If my kids don't want my time, because I lost, especially one of them. I'm very pleased with this. It was a great example. Is there anything else we could possibly want to test here? So I would kind of assume that if we went beyond the API here, also let's make a comment on that. I just did this path, and let's test that, right? So what we can do here is to, for everyone we remove air. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These should be equal 1, 2, 3, 4. Because the base here is just administrator. So this is the tiniest one, and we should get the same thing. If we had a session. So if we go back to this, we get the same thing. So it's not because of the... This is a bit annoying. So we go to home, we go to my account. Can we log out? Yes. We go to my account, we go to forgot password, we submit, so we're in the same spot to test stuff. Let's stop this intruder. It's just a mess. We can click justice. So what we want now is to just get the new this here, really, right? We don't have to do more. So repeater, and let's just update that. Got it all, and then we send this again, and it still says invalid. There's other stuff in there too, right? We did send it. We did get the right answer. Proxy. I'll forward this one then. Repeater. Easier to just copy the question instead. There. So we got it, and then we do the cutaway of all of this all the way to administrator, because we don't need more than this. But what we use the %23 for is to cut off the usual field email that is there by default. Email field for security reasons. Oh, so we really needed to go up all the way. That's interesting. So we bypassed a security feature by mistake. So we'll add this to the notes. When testing, we also found that we bypassed a security feature by mistake using the long path. Mistake with 2s. Why do we do that? It spells like that. It spells like that in Swedish. Misstag. Colon, and then we need another insert table, and we paste, and get a little new line, we grab the little JSON and paste. Type error result. This API only supports the email field for security reasons. Now let's see how many steps back we need to go. So if we do just /, will this help? No, so it's not like username equals this. So if we do ... and users, still the same. And I don't know if I remember the full thing, but it's on the other screen, so v1. There, we got it. We at least, this was a minimal depth. This was the minimal depth to get. Now I want the backup. back end code to check what it's actually checking for. That's to get the password reset token. Could have copied it. There. I think this one is better. Oh, but now I did all labs. I want all topics. Because of paths, they're not good. You cannot use the links.
Pandatong says.
Is it not past your bedtime?
22:43, Panda. When do I usually go to bed, do you think? Actually, we have a red day tomorrow.
Face.
Translated from German.
Is it past your bedtime? It's like you ate lunch on my stream. Let's see. Guided support, learning fast, not recommended. I recommend doing the topics.
Almost
Much
time
better.
to get out of work. I'm not staying here till 6 again tonight.
Oh. 6 tonight. To me, those words are like 6 is still day, it's not night. Tonight I would use maybe with 8, like 20. Maybe 20 and on would be tonight.
8 to 6 the last few days, and no lunch.
No lunch too. Oh. But today I got lunch. Ah, yeah. That's like normal working hours, isn't it? Yeah, if you don't do it of your free will. Or you can, people say 9 to 5.
Yeah,
I'm like,
today
yeah,
I
you
had to
don't have
before I punched the
lunch or
computer,
what?
ha.
Yeah. Always eat lunch. It's a good thing. It's healthy to eat some food in the middle of the day, right? So, this is much better. Let's do. I recommend using. What happened? How did I get 2 C's in there in 1 M? Maybe it is sleeping time. I recommend learning topics instead of paths. Much better. So, all topics. Yeah, that's about it. Let's like some people do that, right? Or even it's free. We need to say it's free too, right? Let's say thanks for Swigger and the little heart again. And I know that these hearts won't be there, so we have to make their hearts. And they're annoying, but we'll have to do it. Look, I get 2 characters and have to delete 1, right? So, maybe we should have another one here. Like, Let's change this one instead. Oh, look, it became white when I backspace. Never saw that before. So it's Unicode combined characters that we delete a bit of. Oh, we are partying. We're having fun. Uh, let's see what it is we're doing. Mm, uh, I'm like, where is it there? Mm, this is that's a bit long, isn't it? Let's screenshot this from exploiting a server. And we should put a link there too. Let's put the link there. How far am I really scrolling? So let's just copy the link too. So I need to clean up about my clean tabs, you know, clean out some tabs, and I did. I really did, but I still have some money. Web security API testing, server-side parameter pollution, log with server-side parameter pollution, restore. Yeah, it doesn't sound complicated to me, because now I know what it is. Maybe it would have been before. Doing some fun labs. Hop over there, it's free. Open learning topics, etc. Pause. I don't want to say why, but I can't if someone asks. Click the wiki. So, view post. But that's not the post. There is the post. So, you guys, you want to help? Help stuff get noticed. So, dear. So maybe we should learn how to make a burp extension here. That's why I have that up. Yeah, but there's more stuff after here. I'm going to read this last bit here, and then I think there's just a short bit on the main page. Then we're done with this learning topic. And that's not the goal. The goal is to learn as much as possible. So I hope there's a lot of new stuff here in this section. So, testing for server-side parameter pollution in structured data formats. An attacker may be able to, let's actually let's grab this, because I'm assuming we will find something to take notes on, right? So, no, this is just a subheader after this. And we just need to add 2 of those. And uppercase that less. I think that's good enough until we know what we want to change it to. So testing for server-side parameter pollution, the same we have done, but now in structured data formats. An attacker may be able to manipulate parameters to exploit vulnerabilities in the server's processing of other structured data formats such as JSON and XML. To test for this, inject unexpected structured data into user inputs and see how the server responds. Consider an application that enables users to edit their profile, then applies their changes to a request to a server-side API. Okay, when you edit your name, your browser makes the following request. First, my account name Peter. This results in the following server-side request. Patch users number update name Peter. Okay, so here we have some JSON. You can attempt to add the access level parameter to the request as follows, and then they have excluded. I mean, they put the end here and here. So this before here, this should be this character, right? And after the end for Peter for the name. Okay. And if the user inputs is added to the server-side JSON data without adequate validation or synthesization, this results in the following server-side request. This may result in the user Peter being given administrator access. So this is the same kind of thing. JSON example. And we have again our request and sent to internal API. And we have first so before we had get, now we have post. So maybe this is not a suitable format anymore, but we have to do this. There, and that's not pretty, is it? Because I also did it totally wrong. So mine had pretty colors than theirs did. So if I would have shift control that, should we expand the JSON? No, this is good enough. And then we want to do this again. So JSON example, we actually need this. Base request. No modifications. There, and then we copy that line. We put it here too, and then we do adding the parameter. Oh. Shift Control Paste. Just remember now. We have one there. So the birds are singing. Does that mean that it's late or early? So related pages. Consider a similar example. Client-side user putting JSON data. You edit your name, the browser makes the following request. Okay. My account Peter, name Peter. Access level. So we want a bigger page, but it didn't help, so Peter. Okay, so here we're escaping them. Okay, that's a change. Added the JSON data without adequate encoding. This results following. Again, this may result. So they're not saying anything about the backslashes. So we're just gonna put this line in there. It's an extra thing. This is so much text for something tiny. This may result in disappear. Structure format injection can also occur in responses. For example, this can occur if user input is stored securely in a database and embedded into a JSON response from a backend API without adequate encoding. You can usually detect and exploit structured format injection in responses in the same way you can in requests. Well, we can't add the data. Like the error we just had, right? So, adding. Yeah, there's not much more request alternative. So it's just depending on how it works, you know, on the other end. So.
Have a good night, Sophia. I'm getting out of work. It's 5:01.
Yeah, go. Have a nice rest of the day, Panda. Good night. Because it is 1 hour until midnight now here, so I shouldn't be up too long. Though it's already tomorrow, so I was thinking of working, and I can go work anyway, but I don't think my family will be very happy if I did. But I kind of plan to stream anyway, so because otherwise I only get to stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and now I missed a lot of today, right? Because I had meetings. So I'm just looking. Is there any other reason why didn't they mention the backslashes? That's the only change from these. So it's totally the same result here. It's just that this one needed backslashed these, which is nice, right? It's logical. Because this is odd. I don't think this would ever work, right? Maybe because here it doesn't have those, and here it has. So this is somewhat more logical to me. Well, let's just read the rest. Structured injection format can also occur in responses, and I already read that. So note, this example below is in JSON, but server-side parameter pollution can occur in any structured data format, for example, XML. See the X include tags section in the XML external entity XXC injection tag. So maybe we know where we're going next. Maybe that's the next thing. If I didn't already do it, I don't think so. I do not think so. So testing with automated tools. I'm kind of thinking I want to make stuff myself so I have control, because burp is burp, you know, and I might just do Python scripts and try and make them smarter, so you can just. Burp includes automated tools that can help you detect server-side or parameter pollution variables. Burps can automatically detect suspicious input transformation when performing an audit. These occur when an application receives user input, transforms it in some way, then performs further processing on the results. This behavior doesn't necessarily. I don't listen to. I'm talking about. I should have put the link to the stream in the LinkedIn. Why didn't I? Again, Burp scanner automatically detects suspicious input transformations when performing an audit. Burp scanner. These occur when an application. Yeah, let's burp scanner. What I want is if it's free or not. Is burp scanner free? Try professional for free. So we need this to be one word, I think. So it's in the page here. Here we have lists. Community. Web vulnerability scanner. I'm assuming this is it, right? And that we don't have it. But I know that lots of this you can only do with full burp. I'm like, where on earth? Oh, it's just at the start scanner. That method detects suspicious and transformations. So this is when you use the burp scanner that we don't have. Doesn't have to be a vulnerability, so you'll need it for testing using manual techniques outlined above. For more information, see the suspicious input transformation. So another open issue definition, and this is on KB issues. So issue definitions. Never been here before. We can look there later. You can also use /powered scanner B app. /powered scanner B app. I had problems with my phone charging again. Come on, wiki. I wanna switch screens. I'll click. So, yeah, now it worked. Good. I can't move my head without having the phone working. So extensions, yep. Back slash powered scanner, which is for only for Pro. So we can't use this either. To identify server-side injection vulnerabilities, the scanner classifies it as boring, interesting, or vulnerable. So boring is the safe stuff. You'll need to investigate interesting inputs using the manual techniques outlined above. For more information, see the backlash prep scanning. Yeah, so we already know. But maybe this white paper will tell us how to do this without using it. It's James Carroll. So, and he's the author of it. There's some interesting stuff in here anyway. So, preventing server-side parameter pollution. To prevent server-side parameter pollution, use and allow list to define characters that don't need encoding, and make sure all other user input is encoded before it's included in a server-side request. You should also make sure that all input adheres to the exact format and structure, like no dot slash in there, recursive. So the next thing here is testing REST paths. So we're continuing from what? Oh, we already did this, right? Okay, so server-side parameter pollution was the last thing, and I actually need to scroll in again, right? To be on the same one we were. So yeah, this is the one after. Web Security Academy alignment with the OWASP Top 10 API vulnerabilities. So maybe I should zoom out again. The OWASP Foundation periodically publishes a list of critical API-specific security risks. Although some of these risks have a different name in the context of APIs, many of them align with our existing Web Security Academy topics. Not costs, topics. The table below specifies which Web Security Academy topics are relevant to the OWASP Top 10 API vulnerabilities. So, here we have API testing that we're almost finished with. Though I want more information, not less. But we have these two to do, so it's not all ended. Broken object level authorization, access control vulnerability and privilege escalation, broken authentication vulnerabilities. There was 2 authentication vulnerabilities. JWT attacks, broken object priority level authentication, mass assignment vulnerabilities, and mass assignment vulnerabilities we did here. So let's see where this links go to API testing. Yeah, unrestricted resource consumption, race conditions, file upload vulnerabilities, resource consumption. So race conditions in there. The broken function level authentication, access control vulnerabilities and privilege escalation, access control, it says there. Unrestricted access to sensitive business flows, business logic vulnerabilities. Server-side request forgery. Server-side request forgery. The same thing. security misconfiguration, cross-order resource sharing, information disclosure vulnerabilities, HTTP host header tags. Yeah, there's so much fun to read here, or to do, not just to read. HTTP request smuggling, and then we have the two ones we already did there. Improper inventory management. Yeah, of course it can be inventory, but I guess it's an API then. Unsafe consumption of APIs. Well, let's hop over to OWASP too to check, but here's just the labs in the long lab list. I already looked at this. Yeah, so we already did this now because we've done them as we've gone through. There. So I asked my kid before if he wanted to do something with me, and said that I can stop streaming if he wants to, like sit in chat, because he woke up late. And I almost started streaming immediately when I got home. I allocate I spent time with today. So API security top 10. It's just a big. This is ugly. This is not pretty. Not pretty at all. So I'd like after this to have what all the things. I don't want them only on the side. So notice it's like, oh, this is a book, but we put it, yeah, table of contents even. We can't ignore OWASP because they have no sense for aesthetics and organization of web pages, right? Forward, it's totally a book. Totally a book. I don't want a book, I want a web page. Introduction. Darker content and so on and so on. But we're on API, right? So why don't you give us those to start with? I don't care about release notes. API security risk I do care about. But they're not listed here either. So here we have the top 10. And then they are listed here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Why API? Yeah, I guess. It is 2023 too, so it's not like modern, really. I mean, I'm thinking AI. It has its own, right? But still. 2 pages back. Actually, 3 pages back. So I'm thinking the AI one. It's here. Might be here, but it doesn't seem like that. I know there's an AI one, but it's not there, so. Yeah, so we could read these and maybe learn something. There was a GraphQL one too, so I'm gonna say bye-bye to OWASP page. And we are done with this topic. So we did. What did we do? Rather, where is it? I know what we did. API. Was it at the top one? Yes, here it is. API testing. So we looked around like a bit randomly. I was going for something at the bottom first. And now let's check what we had here more. So this is the blog from James Kittle. And there's also a talk on it, or a video. So let's open that on YouTube instead. And quick skim this. I think I want to read it later. So what should we do now? Let's flow slash, or rather, let's click the knowledge base generally. You can't click it. Yeah, that's generally a problem here, because the reason that I don't use the scroll up, the learning paths, is you can't click stuff there, right? You can't click the different headers on the side. Here you can click anything you want. Everything is links. You can go back to, I want to click this and go back to this and check it out, right? I can. If you go paths, you can't. You go to a path and here we have a resume. So we can, I can't go back to the earlier thing. And it's the same text. So no reason to, oh well, what happened there? This was the one I wanted, so this is what I want to do. XML external entity detection, but we want to start, what is XXE? XML external entity. So let's see if we can find this in this. So why did it do that? Yeah, I kind of thought, is this XXE injection? Yes. So we're at the same line here. So server-side topics. What I do need to know is the client side better. But this was lots of good learning. But before we